Well, I've got some higher definition. And there we are. Okay. Well, yeah, as I said yesterday, I was going to see Deadpool and Wolverine tonight. That's why I'm starting late, but I am here. I got a new webcam. Sort of. Yeah, we're on the final couple days. I'm not going to get the commercial done in 3 days. Maybe 5 days, maybe a week, but it has definitely pushed me to get as much done as possible.
And I would say that's exactly what you did.
Yeah. I'm not saying that like, oh, I failed. It's like, you know,
I know.
I set a deadline. I'm like, I don't feel like I'm going to get this thing done in 2 years. It's like you set a deadline. You're like, I'm getting it done in 1 year. It's not taking 2 years. I'm setting a deadline for 1 year, and you do everything you can. And instead of getting it done in 2 years, you don't quite get it done in a year, but it's like a year and a month. That's shit, you know. Aim for the
Yeah.
stars and hit the moon. Let me test this out now. Does this look now? This is in the dark. I have my night lights on. I could put on this blinding light up here and it'll auto function. But I like it down like this. I like this. I assume it's a little bit higher quality than the last one was. And yes, it's still flipped. I can flip it if I want.
Give him to me.
So now you can see him in a little bit. Well, it's not autofocus, so I have to keep him right here. How's the frame? Like, is it better? Does it look better? It looks better to me. And I've got it on 60, so it should be. The camera's not going to go at 60, but, you know, close enough. Here he is. And we're almost done. You'll be able to order him in roughly a week, however long it takes me to finish this ad. I saw Deadpool and Wolverine. It was good. I still roll my eyes anytime that there's a plot in a movie where it's like, we're going to the other alternate dimensions where the other universes. But they took the piss out of it, so I can't complain. It was a good movie. But anyway, yeah, this is another spamming of the wolf plush. He looks exactly the same as he does in the ad. Even in the animated parts, he's literally exactly the same. And he's perfect just the way he is. And he's got a little coat you can lift up and hide a knife in his belt if you want to, all the way up to the buckle and all the way to the back. The coat doesn't come off. We can't have everything. But this is Mr. Wolfgang Seamus in the plush.
And his perfect little snoofter.
Yeah. Did I mention it's
back in the sack with him?
Saturday. Yes, it's Saturday.
So, we'll have a little bit of fun. It's been a couple days. It's been a very busy couple days. I have 2 yeens I have to send off tomorrow to give them a new home. No, this is my water bottle. It's substantially smaller, but it gets refilled constantly. I wasn't lying. I don't lie to people. If someone asks me something and I don't want to tell them the answer, instead of lying, I just tell them it's not any of their damn business. They're like, oh, it's water. What was that, Fred? If I didn't have a water bottle and I didn't want you to know it was whiskey, I'd be like, huh? I'll tell you later. Those are my 2 favorite responses. 1, I'll tell you later. Or 2, The answer may surprise you. What were your struggles with drug addiction and abuse from your father like? That's what Robert Downey Jr. should have just done. He should have just been like, I'll tell you later. The answer may surprise you. But yeah, I just wanted to say hi. I got a new camera hookup thing. This is my Rebel SL3, aka the 250D Mark II, aka the EOS something. Like Canon does that gay shit where they name the same camera 5 different things depending on what continent it's sold on. And I think even in Australia it's got another different name. But this is shitty lighting. I have like one of those key light things. Yeah, let's try that. Hang on a sec. I'm curious. I'm always curious about this stuff. So if I took this light source, as long as it doesn't short out my fucking computer.
Set it here and here.
All right. God, that's so fucking bright. Warm light. This would be the key light, I suppose. Let's see. God. Yeah, the lighting looks better, but this is like, I'm animating and Officer Bumbo over here has a mag light pointed directly at my eye. Yeah, see, doing interviews on the internet and stuff, I could, but using one of these key light things just for streaming 8 hours, this, like, my right eye would be fucking blind by the end of it. But setting it to low and setting it to cool colors, how does that compare? How does this compare to without? Okay. I have something to say. Yeah, like even that, like pointing directly, like maybe if it was over here, like going across or something, but having it right in my eye and having to pretend to act or something. Yeah. I don't think I could. Or yeah, maybe I should get one of those metal umbrella things. you shine the light that way and it yeah. The alternate universe where Star Fox is a bunch of gay film kids and they just start a filming troupe. Falco, come on. We're shooting in 3 minutes. Sorry, Fox. There's something wrong with the light diffuser. It's Slippy's fault. Slippy's got like the f-stop and the light detector things clicking everywhere. Yeah. But, no, I think that would make me blind after 8 hours nonstop. Doctor Strange is like, I saw all 10,045,000 Star Fox alternate universes. And there's only one in which they aren't all totally gay. But anyway, I just wanted to test out the Elgato I'm using a Canon Rebel SL3 camera. It's like one of their DSLRs. It's like in the $600 range. Like the next one up that I wanted from this one was like $2,000. And I said, nah. This is the camera that I used on the train tracks when I filmed the plush, the wolf plush. But this is a Canon Rebel SL3 DSLR camera with a mini HDMI out, going to regular HDMI, going to a USB dongle, which is the Elgato, I think it's just called Camlink or Camlink 4K. It just looks like a little thumb drive dongle thing that one end's got a USB and the other's got a female HDMI. And, everybody's like, oh, you got the Elgato Super 4K Plus capture card. Like, no. I don't stream Nintendo Switch. I do kind of want one, though, just in case. But, yeah, it's the same company. I forget which one of you was about to get an Elgato thing last night. No, that was Zio. He was looking to get a key light. I know Elgato has key lights. Key light, this is a little white square, the ring light that every influencer. I'm an influencer. I influence people. God, I swear I would never self-apply that name. Ever. I'm an influencer. I influence your children and your parents and even your grandparents. I got your grandma on her TikTok yesterday doing the dance. The belly button butthole dance. Yeah,
somebody's
that's
put
the newest one.
influencer on their resume.
Yeah, I started the belly button butthole dance craze. That was me. This is my belly button. This is my for everyone.
I wonder if that flossing kid made a lot of money from the dance.
No. He got interviewed by Vogue or something, and it was I think he was one of the memes that, like, you either fall on the side of embracing it and making money and appearances at TwitchCon, or you fall on the side where you leave the internet and you have to get mental help and you become a therapist or a lawyer. Like, when you become that big of a meme, you either go one way or the other.
He kind of invented a moonwalk, basically. Like, everyone. They were putting it in movies and shit.
Well, I mean...
That's so much fame.
Was it his doing of it that caused it, or was it everyone seeing it in Fortnite causing it? Not taking away from his spoils, I'm just curious.
I'm not really sure, because I don't even know, like, how the dance originated. I just know that there's, like, this kid that it just came from.
I think that it didn't even come from a kid, though, didn't it? Didn't he get it from something or somewhere else completely different? This has,
I don't even
like,
know.
levels of lore, I can tell, but I just don't know
This lore is too
how
deep.
far it goes. We're not even at the lore circle. It's...
The lore circle.
There's this roundabout that we drive through whenever we're going through the gym, and for some reason, without even thinking about it, we seem to invent lore about somebody that we saw on the road on the way or on the sidewalk or something. Like, we just invent their life story, and it always seems to be right about there. So it's the lore circle.
The backpack kid, aka Russell Horning, is the, I guess, inventor of the floss.
Why didn't he call it do the Russell?
No.
Do the Russell.
And you should
don't
feel
remember
bad.
the Do the Russell animation?
No, actually, I don't. So that's on me.
Well, there was a cartoon back in the day called Stickin' Around. Sticking
remember
around.
sticking around.
Huh?
I remember sticking around. Wasn't it like stick figure cartoon animation? Or am I
Close.
thinking of?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, look up sticking around, but you gotta look up Russell. Doing the Russell is just like you slouch and go, what? And then they go, what's that
Sticking around,
smell? And fall on the ground and start flopping like dying fish.
oh my God! Yeah, no. Like just looking at the intro already, I remember this. Holy crap! That's a time
Yeah.
machine.
Let's Fox in Space reacts. We're gonna react to some videos. No, actually we're not. That's we're just gonna watch it.
Class, due to the incontinent weather, it will be an indoor recess. Again.
It's just a little rain. What does she think raincoats are for?
And I remember
Thanks,
indoor
Stace.
recess.
It's coming down in buckets. Very funny, Bradley, but it isn't raining buckets. It's raining cats and dogs.
How about raining salmon
Why not sharks
and octopuses
octopies for your fake fat formation?
and whales?
Holy mackerel, you guys! I don't know if I can take another indoor recess! I mean, I'm gonna go totally squirrely or something, you know?
Yeah, being all cooped up like this makes my knuckles tingle. Time for indoor pounding, Scradley.
Oh, come on, Lance. Give me a...
Oh man, what's that funky smell?
What? Back off, dude. How am I supposed to pound Scradley? My eyes are watering.
Better open a window.
Hey!
Captain's log. Wednesday. Morning recess. It's been raining for about 40 days and 40 nights. The animals are getting restless.
Hey, come on!
Whoa, not to mention smelly. I need air.
What?
Something wrong, my dear?
Cut it out, Bradley. It's my turn to be captain now.
Yeah, right. A captain with antlers? I'm so sure.
Better than one with flippers.
Hey,
Holy mackerel! Iceberg off the platform power! What?
class, I think it's time to bring out the rainy day fun sack. I know it will. We've got games and puzzles and all sorts of fun and educational activities. Fun and educational? Has Sif.
No kidding. That's like family and entertainment.
Oh, look, class. It's Mr. Happy Dog. It's the rain all week, but I don't care. I got a sack full of fun that I want to share. I've had it with you and your fun sack, Mr. Happy Hot Dog. Bradley, the light switch is not a toy.
Real mature, B-Man. Wanna play Squabble? SNARFEX. That's 37 points for me.
Hold it! Snarfex? That sounds like a real word to me.
Is not. I made it up.
Yeah, right. I bet it's in the dictionary.
Then go ahead and find it, Einstein.
Nah, it takes too long. So what is it?
Snarfex, a device used by the ancient Egyptians to keep sand out of their noses.
Cool. My turn. Saxon, a flying crustacean from the Amazon.
Get away from me, stupid Saxit.
Careful, Stace.
You don't want to provoke him.
Oh, yeah? Well, it's provoking me. Okay, game over. I win.
Winner puts it away.
Since when?
Since now. Hey! All right.
What?
Don't move, Russell. The Venus flytrap's next meal just landed on your head.
Cool. It hasn't been fed in weeks. This should be brutal, man.
The great plant, Muku Muku Gaga Goo Goo, will now bring back the sun. Yay!
Yes. About time.
But first, it demands a living sacrifice.
What? Quit freaking, dude. You're gonna scare the fly.
Ew. Cool. Whoa. Ah, man. I knew we should have washed Russell off the fly first. Holy mackerel! Is it working or what?
I have a wonderful idea, class. We can use the overhead projector to make shadow puppets. Isn't that creative? Of course it is. See? It's a bunny. Hop, 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 hop.
I can do a dog, Miss Mobley.
That's very good, Brad.
Uh-oh. He's got rabies.
I'll save you, Miss Mobley.
Hey, cut it out, Stace.
Want me to pound him for you, Miss Mobley?
Yeah, found puppy.
Oh, dear. I think some of us need to release a little pent-up energy. I know. I've just had a wonderful proactive idea, class.
Uh-oh.
We can all go down to the gymnasium to learn country line dancing.
I literally did that.
Won't that be fun?
We had to do it every year, and I don't know why.
We had it in PE. It was in PE.
Yes. From 6th grade all the way up to my senior graduating year, we had to do it every year, and I still don't know why.
Dancing? With
School
girls?
grants from CMT, I'm sure. I'm sure it was something like school grants. I just thought it was because I went to school in Florida.
I'm my lawyer. You can't make me dance.
Well, no, they taught it in California too.
Yeah, it was line dancing.
They called it square dancing for some reason. I'm sure it's all true.
Riot in cell block.
I thought it was just a dance that they made up for Oogie Breaky Heart. I thought line dancing was like, you know, that ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Oh, yeah.
The conga line or whatever.
Conga line dancing.
I'll make them all drop and give me
The
1,000
gayest
push-ups.
dance in the world.
All right, settle down.
Rainy days are such a challenge, aren't they?
I always got paired up with some girl who obviously wanted to be anywhere else, and I sympathized with her.
Yeah, I remember like getting with like the quiet Asian goth chick who never talks to anyone, and I'm like, oh, we'll get along great, and then we become
It's
friends
the girls' room for your big
because
transformation.
like we're both just like, when they're like, okay, now this next part, and we both next to each other just go. And we hear each other do it, and I look over at her, and she looks at me, and we kind of smirk. I was like, I'm gonna write this down and make this into a script for like a coming-of-age high school movie in 30 years.
I can't take it anymore, dude.
I'm reading about why we did square dancing in school.
Not square dancing, line dancing. You guys did
Same
square
thing.
dancing?
Depending on where you went, I'm sure it was called one or the other.
We said, yeah, we did square dancing in grade school
That's
when I was in
just when you're
Indiana.
partner round and round. Line dancing is when you
Yeah.
all stand in line and like,
That's just what they called it.
damn.
We did the same thing, but according to this article by WRKR radio station FM, we do that in school across America because of Henry Ford.
Really?
Do the boots
Yes. So, and listen, okay, Henry Ford
No,
thought
go
that
on.
Jews invented jazz music. And
Oh
so he
my
hated
God.
jazz music due to his anti-Semitism. And so he never listened to jazz. He hated it. And he noticed in his factories that his employees were line dancing, and he was like, I can get behind this. This is wholesome and American. And so he made like this line dancing competition. It became a huge thing. It became an American staple, and that's why it's in schools across America.
It's a basis of like school PE education because he was a freaking anti-Semite.
Yes. According to this article.
I'm gonna die.
That's insane.
That's so stupid.
This is the do the wrestle part.
Sorry. All right.
The tush push? Yeah, right. No way.
See, 'cause this is the part where the teacher's like getting them to do the line dancing and stuff.
Oh man, what's that funky smell?
What?
Russell? We thought you escaped.
Went home to get my threads.
Perhaps we should make up our own dance steps. Won't that be fun?
Yeah. Fun.
What?
Are you feeling okay, dude?
Do the Russell.
Do the Russell. What's that smell?
What's that funky smell? Do the Russell.
I remember that.
Do the Russell.
I gotta make this
I'm
smaller.
assuming-
Huh?
I'm assuming that you put that on because of the flossing thing.
Yeah, I can't remember how we got to do the Russell. I don't remember.
His name was Russell.
Oh, right. Okay. Can I crop this? I look like I'm laying in a bed. Oh, come closer! Oh, come closer! Maybe I'll just leave the camera on today just for the hell of it. And we'll have like an RL stream. Or wait, I think that's not a... I think an RL stream is when you walk around and people fuck with you and you're like, dude, guys, stop doing that. And everyone in the chat is like, well, stop telling us exactly where you are in Los Angeles. Guys, I'm in the Viper room. This is so wild. I can't. Oh my god, this is gonna fuck everything up, isn't it? I don't know what to do. I'll leave this here. Fuck it. I don't care.
That's the attitude.
Just, oh, wait a minute. I can... It doesn't go... Oh my god. I've got to set this back up right one of these days. There we go. That works. Maybe. I don't know. This is brand new. This is kind of alien to me. Now, what if I added padding? I'm figuring it out. Give me a second. Okay. That works. And then another padding, crop and pad for new webcam padding. I can try that again. And then I think I can just pad from the top like this. Yeah, that'll work. I think that'll work. Yeah, there we go. If I could somehow put it behind... Or maybe it's too big. There. That can't be in front of the music loop. Sorry. We always got to do this once. Current music loop, so it would be this far. That's good. That'll work. That'll do. Wait. I think we're about there. There. But I'm still in... No, I'm not. I'm actually not in front of it, so that works. I don't know. I don't like getting on webcam. Yo, put that bag back on. Was that the cow from Adventure Time? And Fox is like, yo, put that bag back on. Did you ever see Bubba, Rex, Greg? Did y'all ever see that one?
I don't think so.
I'm drawing a blank.
A cow has this disgusting growth instead of udders or something.
Oh.
It's got a face on it going like, or something like, "Bleh," or whatever, and it's hairy. And they're trying to say like, you can be yourself here and blah 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 or whatever. He's got like the end of the, you know, the moral of the episode. And then Fox is like, yo, put that bag back on, and the cow's like, okay. I mean, it doesn't say anything, but it has kind of like that okay face, and slowly puts the paper bag over the mutated udder sack thing. I've got to find this. This is
What show was this from again?
Adventure Time. I'm gonna put in Adventure Time. Yo, there it is. Yo, put that bag back. Yeah. The time Mrs. Cow put that bag back.
And Mrs. Cow?
Yeah, here it is. This is. I have to show this. because otherwise it's not going to make any fucking sense.
And Mrs. Cow, take that bag off your udder. You're a beautiful girl. You live in the forest, so why don't you just let it hang out?
The audio's fucked up.
Yo, put that bag back on.
Be nice if somebody uploaded a better riff, but
Yeah, that's
okay, here it is. Yeah, I don't know
I
what
have
was
the
wrong
whole
with that
series. I could probably get a
Stuff?
good clip.
I have it in
And
Russian.
Mrs. Cow, take that bag off your udder. You're a beautiful girl. You live in the forest, so why don't you just let it hang out?
Yo, put that bag back on.
Yeah. Yeah, let me get some music going and get to fucking work. Pendleton Ward streams on Twitch from time to time. That's wild. I've seen Pendleton Ward on here. I've seen Yonan Vasquez on here. I've raided both of them. Pendleton Ward raided me one time. That was neat. It was also neat jumping in there the very first time I raided him. He's like, Fox in Space, you have a very trademark voice. I like your cartoon. I'm like, the guy who made Adventure Time knows who I'm is.
That is awesome.
Chinese pork dumplings.
God, I could make some of those right now.
Well, what a flattering sound that was.
That should be your bottle when you go to the gym for your water.
I thought about doing it with the giant glass bottle of Stoli that we've got in the liquor cabinet.
If
Once it's
it
empty,
was a
use it for a water
plastic
bottle.
one, I wouldn't feel like. If it was plastic, yeah, I'd get a plastic Mad Dog Orange Julius bottle, and just put orange juice.
Orange Julius in years.
My athletic oranges instead of what is it called? AG juice, athletic greens. I get a blue Gatorade every day I go work out. It's just become like part of the routine. Yeah, fucking Perrier has electrolytes in it now. What the fuck? I saw Perrier is now, instead of grapefruit, it's forever grapefruit. Perrier did the thing where it's like it's got electrolytes now. I'm just, no, jeez. Just let me have my fancy.
Hey man, it's got what plants
Fox
crave,
water.
so
My grapefruit. My suggestion of grapefruit. But you're talking about aloe juice? It's, well, are you talking about the big, long, the bottles at the store that are like really long and ribbed, and they're like aloe drink, and they've got like the wrapper that's this big, and it's like, oh, it's aloe drink, and it's got the little chunks floating in it and everything. It's delicious. I love this stuff, but it's mostly Concord grape juice with aloe vera flavoring and aloe vera chunks put in it.
It does
still-
taste
it's
like
still good.
shampoo, but not in a bad way.
Shampoo tastes like aloe vera. Well, I mean, well, no. It tastes like
Well-
aloe vera shampoo smells. I'll give it that.
Yeah, yeah.
I drank shampoo once, briefly.
Oh, jeez.
Well, I tasted some. My mom had this. Let me see if I can find the bottle of it. 1980s strawberry shampoo. No, it wasn't strawberry shortcake. Okay, it did have the red knob on top. Was it strawberry? No, I don't think it. I think it was this. I think it looked exactly like this, but I don't remember strawberry shortcake being on the ones that my sister got. But I remember it had the red knob screw top. Damn. Remember when Aussie got big, late 80s, early 90s? We had Aussie Moist. It was Aussie Moist, the shampoo that we would get all the time. The Yin's on break. He's being substituted. I got a new webcam hookup thing, so I'm using my fancy camera as a webcam. And we are over the 30-minute mark, which means the auto shut-off disable thing actually works. That's good. I need a vacation. No, the cameos in Deadpool and Wolverine were great. I only had 2 of them spoiled for me, but it was good. It was a good movie. It was very, as usual, it was very self-aware and cracked jokes at the zeitgeist. It's actually, it was a good movie. As somebody, hate to say this, hate for my husband to hear me say this, it just, I fucking can't stand comic book superhero movies anymore. It's not that I don't like them. It's like, imagine me really loving Star Fox, and then Disney buys Star Fox and makes like 43 different shows about the Lilat system. Like, I don't know, something happened after Endgame. They shot their wad, I guess. Up up to Avengers Endgame, I'd seen every single movie. Right when I saw Iron Man 1, that was a movie where I immediately rewound the movie, or whatever you do with a DVD player, and watched it again. I thought, and it doesn't mean that like, oh, I'm never gonna see one again because they're all gonna suck. It's like, no, it's just like, let that crack pipe cool down for a little bit before you hit it again. And Disney will not let it cool down. And they keep burning their fingers and lips, and collectively our fingers and lips, or our wallets, with stuff I don't want to see. I'm just like, just chill out and you know, let it cool off a little bit, or pick some weird comic books to make a movie about and lower the budget. Not everything has to have like the sparkly CG all over everything. I don't know. Same thing with Star Wars. Like they needed to let Star Wars cool down a little bit. I don't know, or
that's
you
the
know.
thing. It's like, you know, every once in a while you have that really nice piece of cheesecake, and
Can you put your mic closer?
cheesecake everything. No, I can't. I don't know what's up with this thing. This is it. This is literally up to my mouth, dude.
No, that's fine because I had you at 200 earlier.
Yeah.
What is your voice input set to in Discord? Like if you went to settings right now and then scroll down to voice and video, your input volume slider, the one at the top left, what is it set to?
Input volume max.
100? Okay. Are you ready for me to get you set up with the same setup that we have?
Yeah, whatever.
Okay.
If it helps with this crap, so I don't have to listen to, you know, this thing being shitty all the time.
You're still using that HyperX or HyperCloud X?
Yep.
Let me look.
Yeah, end game was really the end game. Was their destination. And once they got there, and half the crew abandoned ship, they're just like, meh.
Yeah,
It's
and
hard. It's
I
hard.
don't
They're never gonna get the lightning in a bottle again, right? That's one thing. It's like trying to recapture that
just
spark. Is gonna be
I noticed you had kind of the same reaction I did when they're like, Dr. Doom, it's Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah, I was just like,
You
it could be
found
fun and interesting, but at the same time, it's just like, but why? What? Like,
Yeah.
I thought he was just sort of walking away from it in its entirety. Like, why bother? Nah, it doesn't really do much for me. I think Fantastic Four could be interesting. See what they do with it, but it's to your point. It has to do something special. And just like Robert Downey Jr. as Doctor Doom is not special enough.
That's the thing.
And yeah, it does. There are comics in which Doctor Doom is Tony Stark.
And that's what they found. They're like, we can use this. And they're like, Robert Downey Jr., would you like to make another $785 million? Pretty please.
Yeah, it's like just stick with it being Victor Von Doom. Like, come on, and do the character right.
Yeah. All right, fuck it. We're getting Greg upgraded.
My man.
Greg, the only reason I waited this long is because you don't really do any music stuff.
Yeah, I know.
Or audio stuff, but no, we're gonna get you set up. And I already bought extra pair of cups for me and one for Sid.
I guess mine might be here tomorrow or Monday.
It's just so weird to me that they didn't ship at the same time.
Yeah, I wanna see what happened with that.
It's not a big deal.
Well, I'm still curious about it because I ordered 2 of the same thing and they were shipped at the same time. It says now expected August 13th. Package is delayed due to severe weather. Brothers separated at birth. Yeah, yesterday's was package delayed in transit. So, I don't know. Now let's say I wanted to get on here and play my piano. I need to get this set up. Not for tonight, necessarily, but let's say I did want to play the piano on here. I could add a video capture device. And it would be the HD Pro C920 YAR and yeah, okay. Add a crop. Oh boy, is this malfunctioning now? So I was getting a little interference. All right, give me just a sec. Oh, that's perfect. How about that? Y'all can't see, but give me a second, you will. So I could, put that here and you can, dum, 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 da, dum. Yeah. So theoretically, let's give this a try. Yeah, that's awesome. I could totally just bring that over. And have it fill up here. Yeah, there we go. Wee, wee, wee. Ah, yeah, okay. So that's cool. Good. good. That's good. So if I want to play, it's right here, and I can do whatever. And then if I want to switch back, if I wanted to even just go to the webcam thing here, turn off Polybrute. I'll put that in the piano group. Yeah, there we go. And if I do it that way, we're at regular. Yeah, okay. Well, I think I should, this is a Polybrute 12. Just, I'm still trying to figure this out. So if I put this in as the full-size thing, I'll make this work. Okay. And, so put those two on. So that's, if I want to be on camera, this would do it. And then if I don't want to be, then I would change the filters off. Yeah. Okay. So if I wanted to switch between yin and playing piano, just whoop. Oh, that's awesome. And then back to normal, back to playing piano. Ba-dum, ba-ba, ba-ba-ba. Diddly 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 down, bam, 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 bam. Yeah. So that's pretty neat. That's a good switch. Well, y'all want the yin tonight, or you want Fred actual? I don't mind. I like putting the camera to the test. Fed. Shh, shh, you can hear me. So let's see how fast I can switch back to that. Double clicking that, filter, 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 done. Actually, That should be close enough. Why is it down that far, though? Oh, that's what I was afraid of. God damn it. That's good enough. I hate fucking with this shit so much. Alright, one more time. I wanted to switch back. I just click these, and we're back to normal. Right? And then click, 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 click. There we go. That'll have to do. Ah! Fuck! Yeah, no green. Yeah, that's a no-no. I think we're safe with the blue-green. Just leave it where it is. That's good enough. How much of the trailer or the ad is left? I don't think I'll have the shadow that hard. Give me a second. Have it at 0.3. I think that'll be good. Let's see how much is left. So, other than obviously the voices I have to do. Well, have another glass. Food! All right. Oh, I certainly, sir. Wine? No, have another glass. Sorry, my poor son. Yeah, having a little Jack. But anyway, I can't do Tim Curry. Oh no. Spread his butt. Reveal it to me. Disgusting. Put it away. I can't do Tim Curry. I'd have to do a study. Anyhow, Fox in the door. He's like, what? Door sound effect. Opens the door. And Falco's like, so what the heck is it? He's like, I don't know. Your mouth flaps here. Mouth flaps on Peppy. And Peppy's like, I mean, why would he make a Slivy? Do you think it's bugged? You think he'd make a doll of himself and stick a microphone in it? Leave it at the door. To spy on us. You know, like just a little head turn here for Falco. I mean, he's not that dumb. But he's not that smart either. Wolf is completely done except for his absolute last shot. Yeah. You know, you're perfect just the way you are. Don't listen to them. That's the other one's job anyway. Yeah, like right here. I just have him saying, that's the other one's job anyway. Yeah. And then it cuts back here. So that's it. And then obviously like the 5 seconds of Farrah answering the door. Yeah, he's not actually going to say snoofter out loud. He just mouths it like, what? Yeah, I like that. While they're like on the surveillance thing, like laughing their asses off about Wolf's big nose. That's gonna be fun, though. It's been fun so far. Not bad getting a minute and a half of animation done in less than a month. I do like the 30-day things. I don't sit here going, oh God, I gotta do the dirty 30 thing again today. Oh my God, why did I? Like usually on day two of a dirty 30, like I'll finish and be like, okay, the good stream, whatever. And then the morning of the third, I'll be like, God, why did I agree to this? Oh my fucking God. And it's always like the third day because something always happens. There's something like, oh, you got to go to the dump, or you got to go here and drop this off and do this and go grocery shopping, or you got to work on this other stuff. And it's always the third day where something goes wrong with the computer. That's the big one. And then I don't know. That's the only day. Like other than that, like zero regrets. Not setting myself at an 8-hour requirement makes it better. Even though on the very first Dirty 30 I set it like 8 hours a day, 30 days in a row, no breaks. And I pulled that off. The actual final daily average was like 10.56 or something. Y'all remember, if you were there for the first Dirty 30, you remember I streamed like 12, 13, 14 hours a day for a lot of those days. It wasn't harrowing. It was, just all of us chilling out for 14 hours having a good time. Yeah, because I remember I added all of the day's hours as one big sum, and then I divided it by 30, and the average was over 10.5. I want to see what the average is now. In the meantime, let me publish days 25 and 26. All right, day 25 published. Day 26 published. And today's day 27, so we'll get around to that. Dirty 30 is where I just stream 30 days in a row. That's what a Dirty 30 is. It is a pledge to do a shit ton of work that is proven. When did I start Dirty 30 day one? July 15th. About 3 weeks after the end of the other Dirty 30, June 21st. And then, yeah, about 3 weeks later, I was like, yep, let's do another one. Okay, I want to do the notepad adding here. All right, just because I'm curious, and I'm actually going to bring this up so you all can see it too. So you know I'm not pulling your leg. Okay, I assume you all can see my stream account thing. All right, day one of part 3. 7 hours. So it's 7.
Sorry, Fred, I'm gonna hop off here.
All right, I might come up here in a minute, Greg. Just give me a minute.
Okay. Yeah.
Good night, Greg. Good night, dude.
Day 1. Let's number them. Well, no, I don't need to do that. Okay, day 1, 7 hours. Here, I'm just going to do the calculator. All right, day 1. You can add along with me. And I'm going to round to decimals, converting minutes to centigrade. So day 1, we got 7. Day 2, I'll just round that down to 5. Day 3, 6.5. Day 4, 6 3/4. So 6.75. Day 5, I'll round that down to 7. To be fair. Day 6, 5 1/4. Day 7, 6 3/4. So we're at 44.25 for day. Okay, now it's day 8, 5 hours. Day 9, we'll say 4 3/4. Day 10, 5 1/2. Day 11, 5 3/4. Day 12, 8. Day 13, 5 1/2. Day 14, 5 1/2. Day 15, 4 hours. Day 16, 6 hours. Day 17, we'll do 6 1/4. Day 18, we'll do 4 1/2. Like I said, I round down. I'm more than fair. Day 19, 5 1/4. Day 20, 5 1/2. Day 21, 6 1/2. Day 22, we've rounded down enough to where I could put this at 7 3/4. Day 23, 7 1/2. Day 24, 4 1/4. Day 25, I'll go ahead and put that at 6. Day 26, 6 1/4. So 154 hours divided by 26 days. That is an average of 5.92. So almost an average of 6. My goal is to stream for an average of 5 hours a day every day. So the average so far at day 26 is 5.923 hours. So almost exactly 6 hour average. So I'm almost an hour above the expected average. So there we go. I've kept it above 5. Like I said, the first one I did, it was wild. We had, that was a lot, but it was draining. And it fried my computer. Remember, we got to like day 28, day 29, and my RAM fried. I had to make an entirely new computer because just 30 days straight of streaming and music and drawing and Blender for 10 and a half hours a day. Yeah, that sucked. I had to build another computer from scratch. I still have the old computer, but that's like my stickers and printing and Adobe Illustrator computer. Not really a Adobe Illustrator. Forget I said that. Yeah, cancel that transmission. Yeah, so we're still good. I'm an hour over average. My goal was to average 5.0 hours per day every day. I thought 4, but I was like, nah, you can do 5. Don't be a pussy. Well, thank you, Blue Star. I appreciate it. I'll be putting a little more effort into episode 3 than I will this ad. I want everything to be 90% good. This ad, I'm doing 85%. But I mean, they're still fine. This is a good night. Not saying good night, just saying. Blue Star Fang, what I do, this is my personal bar that I have set for myself. Some people ask, you know, how do you keep from getting stuck, you know, as a perfectionist or whatever, you know, touching up one scene and being like, oh, it's not good. I gotta fix this. And how do I stop getting stuck on one scene? To my personal preference, this is gonna be different for everybody, but my personal preference of like how I see my art and everything, I go for a 90%. That's an A. That's a college A. Whatever fucked up high school you went to in college, anything a 90 or above is an A. So if there's this scene where everything looks like good, and I know it's gonna look good for everybody else, but I still want to like nitpick little tiny things in it, I step back and tell myself, like, look, you got a Patreon of people that are paying you money to do this and they want to see your cartoon. Are you at least 90% happy with this scene? And if I'm like 70% or 80% or something like that, I'll keep working on it. But when I watch it and it's like, well, there's this little thing here and this here, but I'm 93% happy or I'm 92% happy with it, but I still want to, and I slap myself in the face and say, hey, fucker, are you at least 90? All right, like, well, I'm 92%, but I still, then move the fuck on. Because 90% to me will be like 98% to everyone else. Because I see the little nitpicks and imperfections that drive me nuts. So, if you find yourself being a perfectionist about certain stuff, that's the I don't know, the compromise, the point of compromise where supply meets demand. And as long as I supply 90% or more for a scene, because you can't sit there and do 100. You can't sit there, if I did 100, it would take me 20 fucking years to finish an episode of A Fox in Space, because I'd be sitting here tweaking shit. And some people do that. You see some people that it takes them like 12 years to put out an animation or something. I don't want to fall into that. I want to get better at what I do and learn to cut a corner here and there. Learn to, you know, if your baby has 9 fingers and toes, put it out there. Don't sit there trying to sculpt 10 perfect fingers and toes. If they've got at least 9 of each, get it the fuck out there. 90 is a college A. You bring home an A to your parents, and it's not a minus or a plus, but it's just a flat A. Everyone's gonna be happy with you. Everyone's gonna be happy. Don't sit there, you know, trying to get it absolutely perfect. I did that with Drug War, this old cartoon I was working on back in 2006. Be it I was doing that for free and it wasn't linked to a Patreon. So, you know, I spent 6 months doing a head turn of the main character. And there were like 64 frames of it. And I kept going, I want to nudge this and nudge and rotate and nudge and nudge and rotate. And I got those head turns 64 frames, well, 32 on one side and then all of them mirrored for the other rotations. So, but it was still 64 frames. It just looked like a 3D model. It looked like I traced a 3D model because I just nudged and adjusted and fine-tuned everything. And I spent 6 months making it look, yeah. Get it out there. Put it out there.
And I'm gonna put myself to bed. I know.
That's what it's gonna sound like when he goes to bed.
You can't stay around for 15 more minutes. It's Saturday night.
I will, only because you haven't.
Wow, now he's
Okay.
stabbed you. Okay,
It's
all right.
Saturday night, F slur. Get in here and party with your pants down. Just
I think you and I were
I
reminded
I
of
was
the
just
same
gonna
thing.
say that. All right, I'll stay up a little bit because you haven't begged me in a while, and you've been really kind about it. And then you
please,
drop the slur, and then
And then you dropped your
yeah,
pants.
if
and it
you,
just
you
got
gotta
all
go, you
sorts
gotta
of
go. I
appropriate.
just,
no, I'll stay. I'll stick around.
I'm only asking for 15 minutes, and it's Saturday.
Yeah, it's fine. I haven't been a bad boy in a while.
But for real though, don't be a perfectionist. Be a 90%ist. If you-
On topic to that,
Yeah.
just real quick, like I had someone on a social media platform reach out to me and say, hey, how do I get my art out there? Like, how do I get people to notice that I want to be an independent artist to make money? And the thing is, it's like the 90% thing, and it's also like finish something. Like, don't post sketch after sketch after sketch.
Yeah,
Sketching is
don't
good.
Don't do the, here's an update, here's an update, here's another update. Now I added the flats. Now I added the shading. Here we go. Here's another. Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
that
One or
you
two
will
steps in is fine, but not the whole process.
Show a sketch
Yeah,
and,
and
then show
It
the
steals
finish.
the thunder
It's-
from it. Yeah.
One in
It's not just like the
progress, one
sketches too.
finish.
It's pour yourself into something that's finished and complete. Like, show something like that. Do something
yeah.
because like you get that discipline, and then you do that into the next thing, and it becomes contagious.
Yeah,
like
if
the
you're
more
doing
you
a
work on
Patreon
things.
for an animation, don't upload a fucking animatic with raw, unedited, unfiltered voice acting from your voice actors in your fucking Discord. Post at least a minute. If you're doing an animation Patreon or whatever, don't post a fucking animatic. Everyone and their goddamn step grandmother can do a fucking animatic. Oh wow, you did an animatic. One picture per 10 seconds of your animation. Now, if you're gonna do an animation Patreon, post at least 1 minute of full post effects, everything. If you're doing a comic, don't post your fucking thumbnails as your pitch video. Oh, I've got a lot of good ideas, and I promise I'm eventually gonna put those into post and make a final thing. Like, no, show people a taste of the final product. If you're gonna sell cakes, don't give people a spoon with batter on it and be like, here, lick this. Isn't that gonna be a good cake when it's done? Oh yes, sign me up. Oh,
Just give me the
Like,
batter
no,
bowl and
you
leave me
had-
alone.
Yeah, don't give them the batter bowl. Give them a tiny piece of the fucking finished cake. Because if you can't
Yeah.
finish a cake, if you can't finish it, if you can't even finish 1 minute of stuff, what makes you think people are going to give you their money? I don't know. These are stupid examples, but I don't know how else to explain it. There's so many people that will be like, why isn't my fucking Patreon? I've had my Patreon up for 6 months, and I've posted a lot of good text posts explaining what I'm doing. I posted a lot of good animatics and thumbnails. It's like animatics, thumbnails, and a really good paragraph are things that anyone can do in a day for free. I could thumbnail the entire episode 2 of A Fox in Space in like a day or two, if I had to. You know, just like little sketch. Here's an angle and here's an angle. Now you gotta put something together. You're like, oh, that'll take me like a month or 2. It's like, yeah, if you're putting together a Patreon that you are wanting to serve as an income, you better damn well take like a month or 2 of free time, or you know, like 4 or 5 weeks or whatever it takes of free time to get that final, like finalized post effect, everything cut of something you can do. If you're like, oh, here's the animatic, here's a thumbnail, there's like, I drew 20 pictures for this minute of animation, and it's black and white, nothing's colored, and it's all sketches. Like, anybody can fucking do that shit. Add the effects, add the voice, filter and compress the voice, add, you know, color grading, like, polish your stash box, and add gold leafing and everything to it. If you're gonna sell a fucking 3D print of something in a comic book store, you know, do the acetone vapor bath, do the polish, do the glaze, like paint it up. Don't just rip it right off of the 3D printer and put a price tag on it.
I heard someone say, like, if you're gonna sell something, make sure that you've already bought it yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, you put yourself out of your shoes and be like, if somebody else made this, would I buy it? Would I want to see it? It's like with my Fox in Space cartoon. I knew that I needed at least 1 minute of like finished product. Like, this is it. This is what I want. And when I watched it, at the time, like now I look at it and I'm like, holy fuck, I could do that in a couple days. But you know, I was starting out, I was trying really hard. And when I watched it, I was like, fuck yeah, that's what I want. I want Wolf O'Donnell without a shirt on, lying in his bed, you know, with a cigarette cherry still burning in the ashtray, arms behind his head, asking Leon what, you know, about life and the grand scheme of things. And Leon just be like, go to sleep, we've got to get up in the morning, yeah, or whatever. And like those little scenes, like I added the effects and all of that stuff, and I was like, this is what I want to show people that I can do. And I want to tell them, like, hey, I did all of this in a month or in 3 weeks or whatever. This is what you can expect at the very least. And I did that on a fucking 13-inch fucking netbook. God. With a tiny tablet. I really wanted to get out of my situation at that point. But yeah. And look what came of it. You know, there's someone else who had a thing that they were doing, and they didn't have a fan base. Another thing for me is, like, let me get back to work here and I'll talk while I work. I already had the fan base, the goofy Frederick Fox videos and stuff. But at the same time, there were also a lot of furries and Star Fox people who were like, I want a Star Fox cartoon, and this looks like something that would be in Heavy Metal or Adult Swim or whatever. And people liked it. But I can guarantee you that if I just put up an animatic or a black and white, you know, concept sketches and a really nice firm handshake, onion on your belt paragraph or essay telling you how I promise I'm gonna do what I do, I wouldn't have gotten half of the fucking money. It wouldn't have ignited. I'm gonna yell to Greg, come down and hug me.
Do it.
I'm lazy. I just yelled, Craig! He's like, can you come down here and hug me?
We heard you say pretty please.
Hi, I'm being lazy tonight. Have a good sleep. I'll see you in the morning. Have a good night. How's the puppy's foot? He ain't been fucking with it? All right, good, good. All right, I'll see you in the morning. I wonder what he's going to be doing tomorrow. Hey, don't feel bad, because I met Greg when I was like 34, 33. How was it? Yeah. Even when I met Greg, I was like, I'm not doing the dating thing. We can be friends and hang out. I'll come visit you and stuff, but I know some people that are like, oh, I wish I could get in a relationship, blah, blah, blah. It's like, not really. Maybe you wish you get into a really good relationship. But
you gotta be happy with yourself outside of a relationship before you start considering getting into a relationship. Otherwise,
it's like, especially
that's just putting dependency on somebody else to make you happy, and that's not right.
Yeah, especially if you've never experienced that before. I forget what it's called. It's something like stop looking for it and you'll find it.
Yeah,
if
that's
you're, I don't recommend dating apps. I'm not saying that they don't work, but if you're at the point where you're desperate to find somebody, and you're going on, you have like an account on every dating app, and you're dating a new person like every week, chill out on that. I'm not saying dating apps are bad, but like a lot of people are just on apps now to hook up, and I don't recommend doing that at all. I'm not moral grandstanding or anything like that. I just mean if you're horny and looking for someone to fuck, then yeah, there's apps for that. But if you're lonely and you're wanting to meet someone, you should go out. You'll find physical, real world things that you can do in your community and meet people. And don't go out there like, I'm going to go do this thing. Maybe this will be the one. Maybe just going out and playing Magic the Gathering at the comic book store, I'll find my soulmate. Blah blah. It's like you got to get it out of your head. Stop. Like if your number one goal when you get up and get on the internet and look around is finding someone because you're lonely, if you go really hard for that, you're going to end up settling. And you're going to end up with someone that you're thankful for now. But in a year or two, they are likely not going to end up being someone that you want to spend your life with. Not because they're bad, or not because you're bad, but it's more like, anyone is compatible with you when you're willing to settle. And I don't know. When you know, like when I met Greg and visited Greg, like literally the only thing on my mind was like, oh yeah, like he seems like a cool dude, and I've never been to Canada before, and I just want to hang out with somebody and visit Canada. And we were friends for a long time. I dated someone for 4 years, and before that, everyone I dated was like months. Actual real life people that I have, like, and this is not counting circle yes or no, 3rd grade, boo 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 boo. Like, not that. I mean, like meeting the parents, actually going out and dating and being together, and maybe talking about future plans together. Not counting Greg, maybe over the course of 13 or 14 years. Over the course of 13 or 14 years, I like seriously dated maybe 3 people.
Can I play the devil's sexy advocate real quick?
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Because here's another thing too.
I always value your input. Go for it.
Oh, thank you. If you're going straight into dating and you didn't have a period in your life where you just got to have fun, if you know what I mean, just like no strings attached, like healthy hookup stuff, it's a good idea to get that era out of your way. Because if you just go straight into a relationship and you haven't really done those things, that can like lead to problems. Because if you just go in for something right away, you settle, and then it's like, crap, like I can't. Because you're not only not being fair to yourself, you're not being fair to the person that you're with currently. You know, so not everyone's going to have this problem.
I agree 100%.
But it's a good idea to get that out of your system.
Yeah, between 2 consenting adults, it's not a problem to find out the things that you definitely like in a person, both maybe literally and metaphorically, but like get that out of the way, be safe, and then you can sort of figure out what you want to do for a relationship without jumping into it.
Yeah, and we're not all going to agree on it. I do think that...
No, like some people, like when it comes to sex, this is the thing, when it comes to like sexual experimentation and fooling around with your friends, or like dating and, you know, testing the waters or whatever, everybody's going to have a different like moral bar raised, lowered, whatever. But go ahead.
I'm also not saying to go ahead and do it, that you should do it. It's just if you have that curiosity, you should
absolutely.
You should look into it.
As long as you're safe and you're not hurting anybody, and 100%. You're not breaking any laws or anything, you know. And yeah, try to date someone, see how it goes, set boundaries and whatnot. I'm horrible for date advice and whatnot, but I've just dealt with a lot of the people of just like, I'm lonely and I keep looking and I can't find anyone. I've dated 6 people this month and blah blah blah. It's just, you know, speed dating, this, that, it's just like, you know, like I said, let that crack pipe cool down a little bit. I don't know. I'm going on experience of other people that are my friends, that, you know, because I was always like at this point in my life when I was dealing with my friends and telling them like, maybe you should slow down. Maybe it was like, oh, well, you're happy just the way you are. It's like, yeah, I am happy just the way I am. I'm good. And it's not because, you know, I don't need anyone, whatever. It's because I had those relationships and I was in a situation where like I tried a couple, they didn't work out. And I'm not of the mindset of, oh, back on the horse, try again immediately. I was in the phase of my life where like I had 2 or 3 people that I dated for a couple years apiece, and I'm good now. I just want to just chill and work on myself. That's another thing.
Do you, do yourself, or don't do anyone at all. Neither choice is wrong. Just make sure that you're settled before you jump into a relationship.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's another thing too. Like Reagan brings up a good point. Like, and it doesn't even necessarily have to be going to the gym, but like doing something that improves your health. Like it people see that. Like if you're happy with what you're doing and you're making yourself feel good, you wear that.
Even
like
if it's
visible.
not the gym particularly, even if you just have a plan, like even if it's an investment plan, or you go out for a jog, or you have a hobby that you are seriously working on, or a project that you seriously work on, or especially something that brings in a little money and you're comfortable with it, people will see that. But like the easiest example, like you said, Reagan said, the easiest example to give is the gym. If you are a tub of lard, you're like 500 pounds, and you sit around playing Dota 2 all day and act like a man baby and complain about everything, and you don't do anything else, and you're like 500 pounds, and that is different than being a 500-pound tub of lard who goes to the gym 3 or 4 days a week and has a specific workout that he's doing, and or you know is making an attempt at it. People like skinny, sexy people will look at someone like that, and if they are successful in what they're doing and their mindset is like in the game and doing what they need to be doing, people will throw the fucking 500-pound tub of lard thing out the window. They won't fucking care. They see like, oh, this person really has their shit together and they're doing it and they're seeing progress or whatever. People like to see that consistency and persevering and sticking to something. You can be the most lithe, sexy, athletic-looking dude who's like, yeah, I'm looking into getting into this and that and this and that and this and that, and people will throw themselves at you in the immediate game, but when time passes and you haven't done anything beyond that, and you've spent a year with someone and you going like, yeah, I'm getting my shit together and I'm doing this and I'm going to do this and I've got this and this and this, and you have no proof of concept, back to the Patreon thing, you have nothing to show for it, you have no proof that you can do the thing that you're committing to, people will leave you. They will abandon you, and rightfully so. You got to know when to fold them. And people do. People will be with someone who can talk a good game, and they'll be like, okay, honey, you talk a good game, let's see you walk. 6 or 7 months go by and they haven't walked a step yet, they're gonna get left. That shit is real. And a lot of the time, yeah, you want to be someone who is already doing the work, who's already in the walking phase and past the talking phase.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I could be talking out of my ass.
We cover a lot of ground here.
We do.
Rex, you've been here 7 minutes more than you committed to. I appreciate it.
I know.
I'm not shooing you off.
I'll stay up a little bit. I want to sketch this next comic page before I get to bed.
Fred, can I ask you this? What is this? Had a hard time walking your walk. You break your 15-minute record by a whole 7 minutes. 15-minute record. The best friend you can have is yourself. Most of the time. The person that you should be the best friend in the world to is yourself.
Yep.
You know, have a best friend, sure, if you want. Or have a group of I don't have like the one best friend. Yeah, in that sense, yes, I do. Like, if I die, give all of my belongings to this person and let them distribute my belongings amongst my other friends. Yes, I do have a person like that. But like having a, you know, don't look at it as like, oh, someone holds us at gunpoint, which one do I kill first? Don't think of things like that. That's poisonous, incestuous, and just depraved. Don't ever think that way. But be a good friend to everyone else, but most importantly, be a good friend to yourself. If you know something, if you know you're doing something that you shouldn't be doing, stop doing that thing.
Dude, the first sign, like the first step, just real quick, of like loving yourself is knowing when to say no to people. Like that, it's that first boundary of like self-respect.
FOMO is a
Because if you're just
motherfucker.
saying yes to everyone, yeah, like you're just a dirty welcome mat.
Damn.
And if you put yourself down, even jokingly, and you keep doing that, and you become okay with it, you become okay with other people doing that, and that will not achieve happiness
you are a
either.
piece
So
of shit,
don't do
Fred.
that to yourself.
You
yeah.
are stinky.
It's like that. It's like that wonderful meme. It's like, be nice to yourself. Yeah, be nice to yourself, you fucking idiot. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, but it's true. If you, even as a joke, instill like negativity on yourself, you will allow that
It's
from outside
pernicious.
sources. Yeah,
I mean, it
it
depends.
gives
Like,
people
if you're-
permission to make you feel like shit,
If
and
you're a
you can avoid
professional
that.
deprecating stand-up comedian, it's different. But
Yeah,
none of
there
us
is
are
a
that.
difference, but there's a lot of people who would just be like, God, I'm a moron for like the dumbest things.
Look at my face.
But that's also a part of like the loving yourself process. You can't be mean to yourself either.
Are going through a rough divorce. Sorry, I took that in the wrong direction. I apologize.
That's all right.
But yeah, like don't get horny about deprecating yourself. Like, you know, yeah, okay. Unless you're a stand-up comedian, no one in your friend group while you're playing Magic the Gathering wants to hear how you admit that you're ugly and that no one wants to be with you. That's awkward. Don't do shit like that. Greg tells me about a lot of people in the Magic games that'll come in and make a whole room go silent by saying some shit that just, you know, real conversation stoppers. And they'll have to, like, you know, talk to them after the game and be like, hey man, nobody feels that way about you. Like, you're welcome here, and you know, I don't know if you're doing it to fish for compliments or because you really feel that way about yourself, but nobody feels that way about you here. Sometimes people need to hear that. Sometimes that's all that people need to hear. But then, yeah, there are, on the other side of the coin, there are people who do that on purpose because they're addicted to hearing people go, no, dude, stop. No, you're beautiful and you're so cool. Don't say that about yourself. Oh, yeah, you really mean it? And then they go home and they're just like, you really meant it. You gotta tell me, I was like, dude, just genuinely stop giving a shit about tiny things like that.
Yeah. Be nice to yourself. through and through.
And it's not easy for everyone. It's hard. Like I know, like when
You have to learn.
I went more than 30 years of my life before I had confidence.
Yeah.
Patreon.
Yeah.
Patreon gave me confidence. I know this sounds silly and stupid, but like I like going from the kind of person that's like, well, let me just, put out job application at McDonald's and the gas station and blah blah blah, when I've spent years and years of my life animating and doing IT computer stuff and doing the animation and smarter jobs, even just data entry or whatever. I was just like, oh, I'm a gas station guy, let me see what kind of gas station jobs are open. I've been like that my entire life because I never got a degree or anything. And then I got that Patreon, and the next day seeing it go to like $1,000 a month, and people being like, hey, people think this is worth something. Like I just it put a mirror up to me and showed me that I was actually all right. That I was like, hey, this many people want to pay money for me to draw something and do a thing. And now, ever since I started my Patreon, if I ever lose it, like, I feel like I'm good enough to where if I really applied myself and went into a job interview acting like I don't really need the job, which is what you should do anyway. It's different. It's different, like where I was at that point in time where, I had no savings. I had no money saved up anywhere. I had no credit. I was living from paycheck to paycheck. I was eating ramen noodles and SpaghettiOs. You're in that situation where you're going for a job interview and you know that if you don't get the job, or if you don't get it, your roommate or your mom or your dad is going to yell and scream at you. That's different. It's different when you go into a job interview desperate because you have to be. And interviewers can smell that like rotten shit from a mile away. Like, oh, I'll do any hours, I'll do anything, I'm great. I'm like, please, I have to have this job. And I've been like that through most of my life since I was like 15 years old. Oh, I'll work any days, I don't need the weekend, I can do this. Like, and knowing that other people go in there and they're like, well, I can't work weekends because that's when I hang out with my boys. And blah, 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 and they get the job anyway. And I'm in there, ugly and stupid and 15 and like, I'll work any day. I don't care. I don't need days off. I'll work Christmas. I just need a job because blah, blah, blah. I'm moving out on my own. And yeah. If anyone will tell you this, the best time to look for another job is while you already have a job. If you've never had a job before and you're going out, that's completely different. But if you're going out to look for a job, if you have a shitty job and you're wanting to quit it more than anything in the world, don't quit it. Don't quit the job before you apply for another job. Don't ever, ever, ever do that. If you've already done it, if you already made your live journal post about how you threw your shirt and your uniform and your hat at your manager and told them to go familiarize themselves with their own genitals after you clocked out or whatever, then you'll have to live with it. But if you haven't quit that shitty job yet, apply for jobs while you still have it, because walking into a job interview while you still have a job, on top of the fact that you don't need the new job. If you walk in for a job interview and you're like, well, I'm working at this other place, this is what I do, blah blah blah, and I want to move somewhere else where I can get a better better wage, better treatment, blah, blah, blah. Yes, I still work there. You know, I'm in good standing, blah, blah, blah. I'm looking for something. That sounds so much better than, yeah, I'm here. I really need this job. I quit my other job a week ago. I don't have a job right now, and I had some disagreements with the manager, and like I'm fine, but like the manager, they just didn't know how to respect me, and blah, blah. Like this is black and white. This is black and white. Everybody loves farming that fat fucking huge wad of dopamine that you get from quitting your shitty job and telling your shift manager exactly how you feel about them and exactly how long that they're going to stay at that job after you're long gone and doing better. Like that makes for a great live journal post, but in the long term, you know, if you hate your job and you want to find another job, stop looking for the climactic stimuli that make you throw your shirt and your hat at your manager and walk out of the building topless with a dopamine-laced grin on your face going, I quit, I told them. Don't do that. As cool as it sounds and as cool as it looks in movies, don't do that. Stay at that job while you apply for another job. I've never done that. I've never applied for a job while I was at another job. It was always well, I quit. And it was like, well, why did you quit that job? And why is there 2 months of nothing between your last job and now? Well, you know, I had to quit because of, you know, differences of opinion with my manager. You're not getting that job. You've just immediately told them that you quit because you all got into it. You quit your job because you got into it with a manager? No, you're probably not going to get that job. You really hate your job that much that you still have right now? Put in applications for another job in the same line of work or something better. Try it. This is another thing I tell people. Apply for jobs that you don't think you can get. Try it. Try it. It's like gambling, where if you win, you get money, but if you lose, you don't lose anything. It's not inquiring your credit rate. It's not like every time that you apply for a job and don't get the job, your application credit goes down and it's harder for you to get a job. It's not like a credit card. Apply for the job. Apply for a job that you have no chance of getting whatsoever. Going in knowing that you're probably not going to get the job. You might actually fucking get it. If you go in there with the fucking confidence of, hey, what's up, YouTube? Today I'm going in for this job. Like the confidence of some dumb YouTuber that doesn't even care if they get the job or not. If you go in there with that level of confidence, just like with, you know, going in for an easily achievable job while you already have a job. If you go in with the confidence of like, yeah, I've got this other job, but I'm thinking about coming with you guys. And if you don't hire me, I've still got my job. But if you do hire me, I'll go ahead and tell them to fuck off and come and work for you right now. If you go in there with that level of confidence, you might be careful. You might actually get the fucking job. But going in for a job interview when you don't have a job is like walking backwards naked through a cornfield. You just don't. Have the backup. Have that contingency. Like, oh well, if you walk in there not giving a shit, going, well, if I fail this job interview, oh well, I still have a job. If you go in there with that attitude, you're probably gonna get the job if it's not something wildly out of your reach. But anyway, how you feel about that, Rex, Bubba?
I also, like, I agree with it. It's also like, even if you know you might not get the job, you at least know what kind of questions they're going to ask you.
Yeah.
Because then you can study that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's practice. Because this is the thing. If you apply for a credit card and you fail the credit check, your credit gets dinged. The next time you try, it's going to be harder by a little bit because you applied and your credit score is like, oh, they tried to get more credit and failed. Boop, boop, boop. It does not work that way with job interviews. If you fail a job interview, there is no black mark on your record. There's no, oh, they tried to get a better job and they failed. Like, no. I could go into town and apply for supply chain management at some big corporate company. And I'll come in. The interview might only last for like 8 minutes of them being like, I'm sorry, you just don't have the experience we're looking for. We need someone who invests and knows like the dividend equations and the supply chain management and blah, 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 industry word. And you get declined. They don't go on some database and be like, hey, everyone, this glassfloor.com or whatever, this guy failed. You don't want to hire him. Like, it doesn't work like that. You can apply for as many jobs and as many prestigious and fucking objectively unachievable job positions as you can possibly imagine. And no matter how many you fail, nothing bad is going to happen to you. And think, if you fake it through all of those and you accidentally get one, maybe your interviewer's on a bender or something and they're like, you know what, young guy jumping in, fuck it. Here, learn how to use Excel and Azure. Take these 2 courses and you start in 3 weeks and you go from Boston Pizza to adult daycare making $90,000 a year. You know, fuck it, dude. Everybody else around you that gets that job, when you're like, well, Marty Schofield from high school got that job. He took the same classes I did. He didn't go to college. How did he get it and I didn't? It's because he faked it until he maked it.
Became it.
Like, that does happen. And if you fake it and just, you know, stretch yourself, puff yourself up a little bit, and you get that miracle job, and you're in there for 3 or 4 months before they realize that you know, or maybe even 6 months before they're like, well, hey, you know, and then they give you stuff to do that you can't do, then you're in there another couple months before they can legitimately get rid of you. And then you go to apply for another job in the same field, and you're like, well, yeah, I was with them for 8 months. You have 8 months of experience with that company doing some shit that you had no experience of before. And the new interviewer is like, well, are you familiar with Excel? Yes, I took a class for Excel. I'm A+ certified, and I take certification classes. Some of those certification classes online, some of them cost money, but the study material is free, and you pay the money, and like if you pass that and get, you know, A+ certified or Azure certified or whatever, you can get certified on these things that only take, you know, a couple hours of YouTube videos to be fluent in. Like in my day, in 2012, 2013, it was Excel. You take a single class on Excel, you take some tests on Excel for like 4 hours in a day. It's like how to go to file and down to print and set print settings. How to add 3 columns together with A plus B plus C and all that shit. Like, so you get these tiny little certifications, even now in the days of cutthroat AI and shit like that. You can have a good night, Rekka. You can get these jobs super fucking easy. Well, I shouldn't say super fucking easy, but But if you get the certifications, you can spend 2 weeks of your life, not like literally 2 weeks of hours, but like let's say you work at Checkers or McDonald's. You can come home and take these certifications for like 2 weeks, 4 or 5 hours a day after work instead of, TikToking and playing Candy Crush. Get a couple certifications and go online and it's automatically, instead of, dishwashing and flipping burgers, it's dishwashing, flipping burgers, minor entry-level IT jobs, computer stuff. It's entry level and you're probably making the same amount of money, but would you rather be hot and sweaty over a burger grill getting yelled at by Karens and people throwing drinks through the window? Or would you rather be bored and sad in a cool air-conditioned computer office fucking with computers and not dealing with customers, just like, Notepad, Windows, Excel, data entry? Fuck. Get out of the burger stuff. You might be a cook. You might be a cook by heart. You might be one of those people that wants to be in front of a grill or tinned bar and get, hundreds of dollars in tips a night or whatever. And there's money to be made in that. But having a job where you don't have to deal with customers and you get to sit in front of a computer and just look at happy numbers and angry numbers and stuff, I'd much rather do that. If my Patreon falls through and I can't do that shit anymore, I would much rather have a computer job than a burrito bar asking people if they want halloumi or provolone on their burrito and dealing with the pampered royalty that comes in. I want this on white bread. And I got it on whole wheat. Yeah, nah, I'm good on that. I do believe, like in the Scandinavian places where they require you to have military service when you turn 18, I believe that when you turn 16, you should be required by the U.S. government to have at least 6 months to 1 year in customer service. I do. If that was government mandated in a proposal, I would vote for it. If it was Trump or Biden or Hillary or Bush or whoever that proposed it, I wouldn't care. I would 100% vote. When no matter how rich mommy and daddy are, the day that you turn 16, you got to do OJT in high school. They require you to learn a foreign language in high school. They need to require you to do OJT in high school. You need to be required. And if you're a shitty worker and the customers don't like you, you fail that class and you have to take it again. You know how hard it is to deal with dumb boomers and customer service? I worked in customer service jobs up until I got my Patreon from when I was 14 years old. I think I can get away with saying this now. Like, before I was legally allowed to have a tax-paying working job when I was 13. It's different. It's different when you work for your family, but I worked in a food joint and washed dishes from when I was 13 years old up until I got my Patreon. It was getting yelled at. It was eating shit. It's a shit-eating job. Nibbling turds, eating doo-doo, kissing and eating ass all day on like withered old boomers that come in acting like they're fucking royalty in your Walmart store. And you're like, I'm so very terribly sorry, ma'am. Well, you know, maybe one of these days you'll get to my level and understand what yes, maybe I will, ma'am. I'm so sorry. Like, yeah, like.
If you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen. It's just like, oh, God.
Ma'am, you've clearly never been in this kitchen. Jesus.
From someone who's never done anything in a kitchen in their life. It's like you had maids that dressed you.
Yeah.
And you're coming in.
But you couldn't microwave popcorn.
So, like you couldn't pour cereal into a bowl of milk without setting the house on fire, like a Homer Simpson.
You couldn't push the button down on a toaster. You're so inept.
Oh my god. But yeah, it's important though. The most shit that I ate, the most doo-doo that I consumed and ingested was at that fucking pest control job. Holy shit. like going in and like I have to run a preschool, and the lady's got like a 4-story castle, and it's like you really got this 4-story castle from preschooling? Okay. And now you're screaming at me, telling me that whatever turnip truck I fell off of should have stopped and picked me back up, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, like I've
She thought that food stamps come from the post office.
Oh, God. It's like...
Food stamps, isn't how the government mails food to the poor people?
But yeah, it's because, man, we got a lot of people in here tonight.
It's Saturday.
Well, no, when we started speaking the true.
Oh, it's Sunday now. Yeah, that too.
He speak the true. The cloud.
We got a little based in here.
A little based.
Just remember to flip me over in about 40 minutes and do it again.
Listening to funk and doing free weights all day, and yeah. James, I only wonder what you think of when I come to your mind. I don't think about you at all. Andros just goes fucking unconscious, and his Reese runs over with a little paper fan, just fanning him, trying to get him to come back. I wanted to do another Fox's based short. Oh yeah, where Andros just comes in and he's just like, James, you disappoint me. Every time I think of you, I think of what you could have been, your potential, one of the best scientists in the world. I can only imagine what comes to your mind when you think of me. Doctor, I don't think of you at all. And he just walks out, like takes a cigarette out of a soldier's pocket and lights it for himself. So, like, and Andros is just like, Reese is holding him while Cromer and Peachy are like fanning him with a towel or something. Andros just like puts his, or like James just puts his sunglasses on and just walks out and leaves. Doesn't die. Doesn't get detained. Oh my God, James McLeod is so based. A pink elephant, quickly. Dude, that scene where he grabs the dude's fingers and just like they're filled with water, he just goes. Rex, have you seen Darkman? Bubba, have you seen Darkman?
I know. Oh, I thought you showed me Darkman, but oh no, I'm thinking of
Liam Neeson
Dark
is the
City?
scientist that gets deformed and he makes melty faces that only last.
Okay,
for like
no.
10
I've seen
minutes.
clips of that you've shown. Wasn't
never
there a
seen
bunny
Darkman?
rabbit in it or something like that?
Dude, let's watch Darkman.
Pink bunny
tomorrow.
rabbit.
It's his wife thinks he died, and then he's like, "Oh, I'm here, I'm alive, I'm just staying at this thing." And she's like, "Oh, baby, you're back. When can I see you again?" And his mask starts melting. And he's like, "I have to leave." Because that's the thing. He can make the faces, but they only last for like an hour or two. So yeah, at the carnival, he meets up with his wife again. She's like, "I'm so glad you didn't die." And he's like, "Yes, I'm back. I just have to work on stuff." He's trying to work on like making the faces last longer. And then he's there, and the guy's like, "Get out of here, you freak!" And then he just like bends his fingers backwards. And because that's the thing, like with Darkman, it's like he has superhuman strength because of what happened to his body or whatever. That was the first R-rated comic book movie ever made, I think. Let's see, what was the first R-rated comic book movie? Oh, this is not what I was like. What was the first R-rated Marvel movie? What was the first R-rated DC movie? Come on. But that was also directed by... Okay, here it is. Yeah, 1990 Darkman, directed by Sam Raimi. Disney Marvel Studios' first R-rated movie is Deadpool and Wolverine. But yeah, Darkman, holy fuck, what a good movie. If you like Sam Raimi, if you like Sam Raimi's 2002 Spider-Man with Tobey Maguire, if you like Evil Dead, Army of Darkness, like that kind of like wild, goofy, but semi-serious action comic book movie type stuff, hell yes. See Darkman. I saw that when I saw it when it came, the year it came out. The one thing about that movie that mortified me was the cigar finger cutting scene. It's at point one, he cuts a dude's finger off. Blah, 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 I'm the boss around here. Point two, the guy's like, he's like, I'm blah, 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 blah. Point three, I got 7 points left. And then open credits, intro credits to the movie. As wild. Durant. The Return of Durant. Darkman 2, The Return of Durant. I remember the trailers for that. I was like, it's not Liam Neeson. It's been a good night. Not saying good night. Just saying. Why not? Have a good time. Gonna have a good time. We were just talking about The Crow. You know what happened to me through most of The Crow when I saw it in theaters? My mom did this. Over and over again. To me, not she probably did it to herself later, going, why did I take my 9-year-old son to see that? Oh, that was good. That was a wild movie. But yeah, a lot of that movie, I'm just like, whoa. And she's like, no.
I don't think I've seen that movie since it came out on VHS.
I saw it when I saw the second one with Iggy Pop, because we watched the first and then the second one. And then my stepbrother thought it would be a good idea for my mom and my stepdad to take 11-year-old me to see Starship Troopers. And I take this to the fucking grave. I swear. The scene where Rico is filming the home video, or whoever in his platoon or whatever, and the dude comes up and slaps his ass and like rubs his ass in front of the fucking video camera. I swear they airbrushed his butthole out of it. Because when I saw that in movie theaters, I know y'all know the part where he's like he's filming in the barracks and everything, and then one of his buddies comes up, pulls his pants down, slaps his ass cheeks, and like rubs his ass around. In the movie theater version, you could 100% see that dude's butthole. And then I saw it in like the home version, like on DVD or whatever years later. And like when he does the ass thing, they stay closed. But I swear, when I saw that in movie theaters when I was like 11 years old, like you could straight up see that. I apologize. But there are a couple movies. The Avengers. Not Marvel Avengers, the British Avengers with the lady and the dude with the umbrella and the bowler hat. I'm Mr. Steed or whatever. There's a scene where he was fighting Eddie Izzard's character, Eddie Izzard, however you say his name, and they're fighting up on these cables. And I remember this. They were fighting, and then Johnny Steed cuts the cable out from under Eddie Izzard's character, and he looks down, and Eddie Izzard's character looks up at the camera and goes, "Oh fuck," and then he and like falls to his death or whatever. And when I saw it on home video, the thing where he looks down and looks up and goes, "Oh fuck," it was completely gone from the movie, completely gone. And I know for a fucking fact that that was in the movie in theaters. And then when I saw the Blu-ray and the director's cut and all that, like years later, the part like he just cuts the cable down and he looks down and it just cuts to him going, "Oh!" and he dies. But in the movie theater, I swear to fucking God, he looks down and looks up and goes, "Oh fuck." He goes, "Oh fuck." Oh! Yeah, I fucking hate that. I hate when they do that. Like the Mr. Bean movie. Does anybody remember Bean? There is a scene in the Mr. Bean movie, because remember he's watching, what is the name of that picture? You know the picture of Whistler's mother?
Oh yeah. Is this the one where he tries to steal it or replace it?
He sneezes on it.
Right.
And then he like gets what he thinks is some, water cleaner or whatever, and he wipes the snot off of the picture and it just erases the paint. So he tries to draw it again. But there is a scene where he covers the painting up with a blanket and like lifts it up and holds it like it's a cookie tray or like a wheelie cart tray. So it's just, he's holding this picture like right about here, and there's a blanket over that hangs. So he's just like hovering it over the ground and walking through a hallway going, like it's got a squeaky wheel, and he's walking down the hallway and there's someone coming right at him, and it's a skinny hallway, and he's like, what the fuck am I gonna do? Like it's not, and he looks at, like he locks eyes with the dude while he's carrying, and he's like, and he looks up to the side and makes the guy look, and he like flips it to the side and goes around him. Like he just goes like, and it's the funniest fucking noise ever. And I had it on VHS, and I almost wore out the VHS tape listening to that, because it was the funniest thing that me and my friends were in like 7th grade or 8th grade or whatever. And then I got it years later on DVD, and it was like, like they completely changed. It was the same footage, but they completely changed the sound, the dubbing, the ADR or whatever you call it. They changed it to where he's like, or whatever, like it completely, instead of the or what. Let me see if I can find the clip. Bean picture scene. All right, a dude comes in and. Okay, they put it back in on this one. This is actually fucking hilarious. All right. Oh my God! And look at the motherfucker that's in this movie. Speak of the devil. It's Durant, the bad guy from Darkman.
Wow.
There he is! It's Durant from Darkman.
To the encasing system. There are only two. I have the other one. So if the painting turns up missing, I'll know where to come.
It's you. It's your fault.
And if you could all join me at the security console.
Doctor, why don't you just stay here? Maybe a look at the real thing will inspire you for your speech.
But anyway.
This chart. Give it that.
From the pin earlier in the day. I remember that was the one where it's like, if you answer the question correctly, I will pet your head. But if you answer incorrectly, like, oh my God, I remember that. I remember that. Holy dog shit.
Fear not, gentlemen. With the system we put in here, nothing will touch that painting short of an earthquake that brings down the whole gallery.
So anyway.
Shut up.
Sorry. This is the funniest shit when I was like 13. That's the good version, but in the edited one, they changed the sound for some reason. I remember in the other, like in the middle version, it was like, ooh, like it was something like that. It was just like, ooh, or
they just removed
they
the joke,
completely
basically.
removed the. Like it was so much funnier to like I swear to God. Like in the regular version that was out for like 10 fucking years in the 2010s, it was like, ew. Like they completely muted it. It wasn't funny at all.
Once we've gotten the general safely inside,
Hey, Jack.
the key figure security-wise will be Dr. Bean. We've got to protect the painting without getting into the doctor's way.
He tries to clean it. Yeah, he tries to clean it. It's like, oh yeah, the lacquer thinner will. If you ever saw there was this little short for Star Fox the animated series where Fox busts in when a guy's trying to kill Peppy and he's like licking his knife. He's like, I'm gonna kill you. And like right as he's licking his knife, Fox busts in, and it's when Pepe's his teacher in the academy. And he's like, you failed me by 2 points? I've retaken this class so many times, blah, blah, blah. And like behind Fox, the lizard dude has like the knife impaled through his fucking throat on the back of the wall. And Pepe's just looking at him like, while Fox is looking at him, he's like, I've retaken this class. Like, why are you looking at me like that? But like when Fox turns around and looks at and sees the guy with the knife like impaled through the wall through his face, he goes, "Oh God, oh Jesus of Nazareth, Jesus Christ!" This is the movie that was referencing when he does that. He's like, all right, let me look again. Oh God, oh Jesus, oh God. Where's Whistler's mother?
Where's the picture gone? What?
Oh, Jesus! Oh, God! Oh, Jesus! God! Oh, Mary, Mother of Jesus! Jesus of Nazareth! Why am I worrying about this? You did it! All I have to do is go out and tell them what happened.
With Butch McDick.
Perfect. Then they say, well, who let them alone with the picture? And I say, me. Then they say, well, you're fired. I say, fire. No. Then they say, firing was not enough. Let's prosecute you for negligence. Then I go to jail. My wife leaves me. My daughter becomes a prostitute. I wind up on death row, sharing a cell with Butch McDick. Calm down. I just gotta calm down. Okay. Give me one more look at the painting. Oh, God!
Which renders the underground ventilation.
It's got like meme potential. Like someone could take that scene and like clear out whatever's on the canvas and put whatever they want on it.
That was I think it was 1998. God, that was 1998 was 26 years ago. Food for thought.
That feels good. Anyway, I finished this comic book page. I need to get to bed now.
Yeah, you stayed up you stayed up 48,
Bless you.
no, 52 minutes.
Yeah.
Longer than
I was
you
a
were
bad
supposed
dog.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah, have a good night. I'm going to go
Yeah.
take a waz. Not that I need to tell you that. But yeah, Rex, have a good night. We'll see you
Appreciate
tomorrow.
it. Yeah. Good night.
You appreciate my waz? That's kind of weird, but you know.
We'll never know
I
now.
support you. You're valid. You're valid. I affirm you. Anyway, hang tight. I'll be right back. No, I just need to grab a I need to grab the other thing. What is the sound effect? Give me the fucking sound effect that I asked for. No. Oh, God. That is... I'll be back.
I'm back.
I'm almost back. All right. Yeah, I think I'm almost at, what are we at now? How long have I been streaming on Twitch? 7 years?
Okay, I was gonna say.
It was around 2017, 2018, because I remember I was visiting Greg when I switched from YouTube to Twitch. It was right after I finished episode 1, so it had to be around 2017. I don't know. If you want to check it, y'all can check it for me. I can't be bothered. Can't be bothered. I'm not bothered. Are you bothered? I moved to Maine in 2018. From 2017, yeah. I changed over to Twitch when I was visiting Greg. I visited in 2017. I moved, I want to say it was July 2018 is when I moved to Maine to eventually become a Canadian resident.
Oh, okay. So if created on 2017, August 28th, your account will be 7 years old in about a week or so.
Hell yeah. I could have been an influencer. Don't forget to ring that bell. Sponsored by Nordscaped Man VPN. Raby, you get it. You know what I'm talking about. And look, we live in a shitty time. Money, it's like another 2008. This is exactly like 2008. finding a job is hard and shit is fucking expensive. Gas in 2008 was almost the exact same price that it is now. I remember some places in California, like people were losing their shit because gas got up to $3. And now gas is like, oh, gas is only $3. Oh, thank God. Oh, let's pull over and get gas here. It's only $3 here. Like, it's wild. I mean, granted, that was 16 years ago. But I know that like 3 or 4 years ago, there were places in the country where gas was like $1.80. It was like way lower than it is now. I remember like right around 2019, 2020, like right before 2020, there were places in the South where gas was like $1.80, $1.85, whatever, around Tennessee. Even lower than that, like if it was a place where you had like their local club card thing, Food Lion or whatever. Yeah, now like $3 is okay. I got a truck when I was 17 and I still have that truck. That was, good fucking God, 22 years ago. 23 years ago. Yeah, I've had my truck for 23 years. And just a year and a half ago, got a new car for the first time in my life. I'm finally at the point, after building my credit for so long, I'm finally acceptable to a year and a half ago to get a new car. And I still have the other one, but it's like, hey, wow, I got this car that does twice the gas mileage of my pickup truck. And it's right when gas prices doubled. It's like, hey, I get twice the gas mileage and gas prices doubled. So I'm literally paying exactly what I was. I think it's funny. Like, I deal with it. We deal with it. Because that's all you can do. I'm not going to do a political or anything, but stuff like gas prices, yeah, you can make a YouTube or a TikTok about it, but what else can you do other than notifying your local congressman? Your alderman. No, your alderman is like if you want to have, a chicken coop on your property. That's an alderman thing, not a congressman thing. Why does it look like this? This is curious. What do I think the greatest era of video games? Probably the 90s. 80s had good video games, but the 90s. 1990 was Mario Brothers 3. I think Mario Brothers 3 came out in 89 or 90. It was a few months after the movie The Wizard came out. When people went to theaters and saw Mario Brothers 3, the game wasn't even out yet. Oh, I've dropped my cap. What do I do? Oh God, call the police. Boo. I've lost my cap. I'll deal with it. But anyway, in 1990, we had Mario Brothers 3, basically. Mario Brothers 3 had just been out for about a year, less than a year. 1990, Mario Brothers 3, Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake on the MSX2. My favorite Metal Gear game of all time. It's not as impressive adjusted for date and technological availabilities. It's not the best, I think, but it's my favorite. The best video game, I think, of all time. I'll touch that in a second. But think of the 90s of video games. 1990, we had Mario Brothers 3. The very, very, very beginnings of the Super Nintendo. And then 1999, we have the Dreamcast, which theoretically is capable of doing a game like Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4, we had, third person over the shoulder, like Resident Evil 4, like the 2005, 2004, whatever. I'm not talking about games that were released, but I mean available technology. Like in 1999, we had Dreamcast, which if a PS2 can have RE4, if RE4 can be ported to a PS2, it can sure as shit be ported to a Dreamcast. It is capable of a game like that. Fuck it. I think you could do RE4 on a PS1. It wouldn't look as good, but like the capabilities, like a third person over the shoulder thing. Like, yeah, the graphics are going to be jiggling around like Tomb Raider, but you could make a game like that. The people have made, someone made a Bloodborne demake on PS1, did they not?
They made a Bloodborne demake, yeah, and then I don't remember what happened that, but then they turned it into like Bloodborne Kart.
Blood Kart, or...
Yeah, it's apparently really good.
I've seen videos. I've never played it myself, though. Oh, did Sony get him? Sony gave him that...
Of course they did. If they won't give us Bloodborne on PC, people are going to try and make it themselves.
I keep giving my advice every year, but no one will heed it. If you are making a fan project of something made by a company that is known for, oh no, that is known for doing the C&D, name it something else. Everyone's like, oh, it's Bloodborne thing. It's Super Mario Brothers, other letter of the alphabet. It's something something, the animated series, where something something is literally the fucking thing. Like that kind of stuff. Like I said, I'm not perfect. I've done my things. I will admit, I straight up admit right now, theoretically in Minecraft, in a dream, that I named it Star Fox the Animated Series on purpose, and I kept it that way on purpose because theoretically in that dream, I wanted to see how long I could work on it before it got shut down. And I felt that theoretically in that dream that that my cartoon was not really that well known until I got in trouble for it, or got, it got whatever. So on the Patreon, theoretically, in that dream that I had that night, I waited until it was like 2 days after Vinny Vine Sauce mentioned it. I mean, we all know this. If you've been here since 2015, very extremely early 2016, because this was in January. This was like January 20th or somewhere around there. It was sometime right at the beginning of 2016. I just got online and my account was gone. I think I was on a stream when I was like, guys, I'll be right back. Something's going on. And I left and came back, or went back on the browser, and yeah, the entire account was gone. It's like, this account has been deactivated. Blah, 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 blah. Nowadays, you know, you do Pikachu tentacle porn or Sonic the Hedgehog political videos about hateful stuff or whatever. They just mute your account. They mute it. They put it on hold, and they're like, you cannot receive or transfer money or withdraw or anything until the offending content has been removed. So those people have to go on there and they're like, hey everybody, I deleted all of the alt-right Sonic the Hedgehog videos and all of the Pikachu tentacle porn videos. Sorry, but Patreon brought the hammer down. And then everything is lifted. Because it's lifted! You rule the universe from beyond the grave. Indeed! But yeah, pretty much like everything is gone and you're fine to continue what you're doing. And I don't know. I guess back in early 2016, they didn't have that feature. Your account just got fucking deleted. I had to email 340 something individual people and tell them each, like, hey, this happened and I gotta make a new account. Here's the new account. This is, and yeah, it was this is for my stream and my Blender tutorials, which has literally become what it is because that's all I do all day is do Blender and stream and teach people tutorial stuff in Blender. It's great. I love it. Because people ask, like, well, what about the cartoon? I was like, the cartoon is merely a byproduct of my spare time that is spent doing whatever. If I lose this, if I'm not allowed to have my Twitch or my stream or any of that stuff, I'm just going to go get a fucking job at Walmart or a pest control place or do IT stuff like Greg does. You know, just take a couple months off, take some classes and do whatever. And it's not that big of a deal. But if I do all of that, I'm still going to be making my cartoon on the side. Like that's not going to change. I've been working on this since 2009. And from then until the time I got my Patreon in like early 2015, late 2014-ish, between those 2 points, like that's all I've been doing is like pest control, gas station, stuff like that. I haven't been doing it for like 9 years now. I'm extremely thankful for that. But if the economy sucked and Patreon fell through and I couldn't make money getting donations or selling stickers and plush stuff and comic books that I make, if I couldn't stay afloat doing that, yeah, I'd either do pest control because that's the only trade that I know, or go back to working midnight shifts at a gas station. I don't know. Like that's, I'm not worried about it, but if it came to that, that's, you know. That's where it would go. Okay, his mouth movements are not going to make a difference here. Cessnas are single engine though, right? Is it one oil change per? How many oil filters are on a Cessna engine? I remember reading about Cessnas down in Florida. Do y'all like the webcam? I'm not going to be on here every day. I'm probably not going to be on here again, but I'm using a DSLR camera as a webcam. I bought an Elgato, one of those little dongle things that you plug HDMI into and it just sticks in your USB, the cam link. Like if I turn the light on, when it adjusts, it actually looks worse. But if I had proper lighting, it would look great. But this is with the lights off. And this looks so much better than the other one. See, this is the other one in front of me. I can't wait to use it though. I'm super excited. I can't wait for you to see what's inside.
Won't you look inside?
Sorry, I don't even think it's a real channel. I think my mind created this in a dream. Theoretically in a dream in Minecraft. It looks like I'm lying down. No, this is a chair. This is just a chair. If it does, it's whatever the local ex-Canadian brand of Lazy Boy is. But it doesn't. It looks like I'm laying in bed. Come on, won't you come inside? Come inside. Come into my planet soul, set you free. God, that song. Now, this is my chair, but I put a blanket over it because, if it's something that you're laying in for 8 hours at a time, you should put a blanket over. When you get older and stinky and sweaty, you start to understand why your grandma puts that plastic wrap over her couches. Because she invites the UPS man in, gives him a drink of water, butter tart, and a granola bar, and sends him on his way. Invites in the HOA fellows that come by, invites in the people, anybody that comes in to solicit something. She invites them to come sit down on that couch. Most of those people are out walking in the blistering heat with sweaty junk. And if someone who has sweaty junk sits on your couch, some reminiscence of that sweaty junk gets, I don't know, fucking micro transorbed into the fucking couch cushion. But yeah, like I used to be like, why do you put that? It's like, yeah, if you let people with, exactly, if you let people with swamp ass sit on your couch and you don't have plastic wrap on your couch, you better be spraying that off. It just, yeah. I don't mean to the point of being a hypochondriac, but I'm sorry. there was this one time. There was this one time that this fella worked at Arby's with me. What was it? Yeah, I'm trying to remember what my mom called. Don't you give no rides to no farting fat body in my car no more. She referred to him as a farting fat body. Long story short, I worked at Arby's. This rotund fellow, I offered him a ride home, and on the way home, he ripped biblically disastrous ass in my mom's 94 Mustang convertible, camel top. And she made me get out there and beat it out with a broom, and then with a vacuum cleaner, which led to a completely different disaster. This is a good story. So, to make a long story short, again, gave a Arby's coworker a ride home. On the way home, he farted into the seat cushion of the passenger side of my mom's 94 Mustang. And then she gets mad. She gets in the car. She's like, what the fuck? And I was like, yeah, I gave a ride home to a guy. She's like, don't you be giving no farting fat body no ride home in my car. I swear to God. This was 2003, so I don't know how old I was. It was either 19 or 20. Yeah, 2000. It was sometime in 2003, so I was either so I was either 19 or 20 in it. Sorry, I was either 19 or 20. And yeah, I had to go out there. She gave me a broom to beat it out of the seat, and it did. It smelled so bad. It smelled like, what did I say the other day about the? It's like someone saying a Sonic fan fiction. I can't fucking remember. It was like it smelled like if someone's armpit had a foot that farted, and then I can't remember my friend Alan. He's like, "Oh my god, it smells like somebody's armpit's foot farted in here." It's so gross. It was bad. It was like rotted death.
Oh god, this is the worst day of my life.
But then suddenly,
it got worse.
Yeah, for real, it actually did. Not the same day. This was a couple weeks later. But anyway, went out, beat it with a broom, and then eventually unplugged something out of the power strip in the garage and hooked up the wet dry vac and literally sucked it out of the seat. And that got rid of like most of it. And then after a week or two, like nobody noticed it or anything. Because people, my mom let people smoke in the car, so it just smelled like cigarettes after that. But even with people smoking cigarettes in it, it was bad. It was rusty fucking death. And then all was well for about a week or two. Let me save this and get started on Slippy. All was well for about a week or two. And my mom comes in and says, "Matthew, did you unplug anything in the garage a couple weeks ago?" I was like, "No, I don't know. Why? What?" And then my stepdad comes in and he's like, you were vacuuming out the car when that large fellow left the unwanted smell in the car. Like, I can't remember what he said. I was something along those lines. I was like, oh, well, I just used I lied. So I thought I was about to get in trouble. And I was like, I just used the adapter in the car, the power inverter. And he's like, oh, no, you didn't. That wouldn't work because that's too high of a wattage. That's only 250 watts, and that vacuum cleaner is 400 watts. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so I was like, oh, well, no, you're right. But yeah, I was fucked. Keep in mind, I was like, I can't remember exactly when this was, but anyway, it was revealed that the plug that I had unplugged and had therefore admitted to was the freezer in the garage. And that freezer had nothing in it. Yeah, it's a Guts theme moment. That freezer had nothing in it at all except for raw meat. It was an entire freezer. Not a fridge and a freezer. It was in the garage. It was an entire freezer full of raw meat. I don't want to, like, grossophobia, trypophobia, every phobia about squirmy, eaten, disgusting, infested things, and in chunks larger than a softball. Imagine holding a softball that gets to decide exactly what it's shaped like. Like, you pick it up and it's a sphere. Well, it's constantly changing its mind exactly. Then it kind of eventually feels like this, and you're of maggots. It was, and this all fucking happened because this guy ripped a fucking Bible story into the car seat of my mom's convertible. If he had just held it and had the fucking decency, I had to clean out that entire freezer. I got a nosebleed. I ruined a shirt. It wasn't a good shirt. I remember going out there. It was just one of my Fruit of the Loom white t-shirts. I ruined a shirt because the smell wouldn't come out of it was like the ammonia smell. And Maximum 993, thank you for the raid. It's story time. Long story short, I worked at Arby's with a dude I gave a ride home to. He ripped a disgusting fart into the seat of my mother's car. I was like 18, 19-ish when this was going on. It was 2003, whenever it was. So I was like 19 or 20. And my mom made me beat it out with a broom and suck it out with a vacuum cleaner, a wet dry vac in the garage. And I unplugged something to plug the wet dry vac in. And then when I was done, I didn't think about it, but 2 or 3 weeks later, my mom and my stepdad come out saying, "Did you unplug something in the garage in the past couple weeks or a month?" And I was like, "No." But anyway, yeah, I had unplugged the freezer that was entirely full of raw meat, and opening it up, it was just gray chunks, like where you would see like a 6x12 thing of ground beef saran wrapped in a styrofoam tray. It was just a gray 6x12 rectangle of writhing maggots. Just disgusting. And it gave me such a fucking nosebleed that I ruined one of my fucking t-shirts wearing, because I was in there like this, you know, just with it over my nose and everything, because it was so bad. It was like, ooh, rotten meat. Ooh, really rotten meat. Ooh, like decomposing meat and maggots. And then whatever 2 steps beyond that was. Like when it gets, like when you leave a litter box of a cat, it smells like poop and pee, then it really smells like poop and pee, and then it starts smelling like toxic, and then after a while, all you smell is ammonia. It was like that with that. It smelled like it was so rotten that it just smelled like all of the smells became this one prime, like chemical smell. It wasn't even like, oh, this is rotted organic matter. It was just like, this is a raw, pure, single chemical. And and I noticed, was like, is my nose running? And I just look, and it's just blood. Just, it may have been because I was snorting and picking and gagging in my nose so much. But yeah, I just remember that shirt. I watched it, and the smell wouldn't come out of it, so I just threw it out. But I remember, it was just a plain white t-shirt. It wasn't like a super fancy shirt. It was really bad. Still not the worst thing I've ever smelled. They had these vacuum cleaners where, you know, you'd have the vacuum cleaner that had the wire and that had the rollers in it, and it would suck up. But it would go down into this thing that was just a water tank. So the vacuum would suck up all the doo-doo and the dirt out of the carpet, and it would come up in here. And instead of going through a filter, it just hits the water. And it just sits on the water. Apparently water is a great vacuum cleaner filter for a basic vacuum cleaner from the, I don't know, 1960s or whatever. But this water thing, when you take it out, you wheel this water thing out, and then you tip it over and pour all the stuff out of it. But this thing, that water that's in it with all that stuff, fresh water, vacuum for 15 minutes, and 5 minutes after you're done vacuuming, that water, like if you have pets or you haven't vacuumed in a few months or something like that on your carpet, not even anything like shit all over the floor, just regular nasty dirty carpet that hasn't been like steam cleaned in a year or two or whatever. Everybody's got that. It's whatever. But like vacuuming that with just a water tank that the stuff goes into, worst thing I've ever smelled in my entire life. It's the strangest thing. If you vacuum up everything that's dirty in your carpet into a little like 2-liter tank of water, the water becomes black for one thing, but it smells worse than, like, I helped my uncle when I was a kid pumping septic tanks. You know, just not like worked for him, but you know, I'd go watch and like help hook up the hose or wind up the extension cords and stuff. But like opening up a septic tank that's just literally just a giant tank of shit that hasn't been emptied in 10 years did not smell anywhere near as bad as this thing. So if you ever get one of those, like, oh, it's a water tank or whatever, or you do the steam cleaning, the Stanley steamer thing, and you get that big thing of black water that's left over after steam cleaning your carpet, don't be there when they empty it out. It will scar you for life. It will put a permanent scar on your olfactory psyche. I don't know how to describe it, but it is the worst thing I've ever smelled in my entire life, hands down. And it wasn't a septic tank or anything like that. It was just the water filter vacuum cleaner. So my friend had this old like 70s, 60s, 70s vacuum cleaner, and that's how it worked. And that is, to this day, holy fuck. It was bad. And this was a new clean house. They had a dog and 2 kids that were relatively extremely clean. I don't know. Now keep in mind, steam cleaners, they use a shampoo. This was not shampoo. This was just vacuuming the floor into just water out of the kitchen sink that was poured in this thing. So that might have an effect on it. This wasn't like a shampooer. It was just a regular vacuum cleaner that sucked the stuff that it vacuumed instead of into a filter into a thing of water. Just a 2-liter tank of water. God. Peppy, I think your shadows look fine. Yeah, sure. I want to play a synthesizer thing.
Good.
It freeze. Wow, good God. But yeah, let me see if I can do this. I had a long day, and then I had to go sit through a movie in a movie theater. Oh, God.
I'll be back in a sec.
I'll be here. How about that? So I hope it's been mildly interesting. There seems to be more people in here than previously. So maybe so. All right, I'm going to stop this. I'm going to stop it. Yeah. Let me see. No, this will work. As long as I don't fuck with anything. I have to change my FL Studio file, though. So give me just a moment. It's me. Is that me? Is this you? I'd like to think so. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, let me turn that off. Yep. Yep. I didn't see the first Ace Ventura movie in theaters, but I saw the second movie. And yeah, the rhino giving birth scene, I don't think I've ever heard a theater laugh that loud. I remember that. That's probably the loudest I've heard a theater laugh now that I think about it. I think they knew that when they were filming that it was that funny. I really do. All right. Uh-oh. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, that's for you, fuckers. Is it showing up? Is everything look all right? Is everything good?
I'm back.
Lord, I don't know where to begin. Oh well. I'm going to continue my journey through the sounds because the last time I did this, we got through bank 1. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Bank 1 has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It has all of these. Every single one of these is an individual bank. So the last time I streamed all of this, we went through all of these, every single one. So let's start on bank 2. I have 2, 3, 4, and 5 of all of these. That's how many we have to go through. And I haven't even gotten to banks 3, 4, and 5 yet. So let's start on bank 2. All I'm going to do is I'm going to pick a bank, and then I'm going to go through the first patch. A patch is just an instrument. It's like, oh, strings, oh, the plunky one, and whatever. A patch is just a setting of all of this shit up here. So I'm going to go through bank 2, and as I find new patches, I'm just going to improvise. I'm not that good. I'm not a classically trained musician or anything. Let's hear what they sound like. Okay, sometimes we have these where from here, from here down, is a sequence, and then from here up, we're just allowed to play. See? I can do this, but from here down, it's a sequence. Oh, let me turn this shit off in the file, though. Oh my god. Because I've got this other shit going. Turn off that playlist. There we go. How many patches per bank? This is this many. So what is this? 4, 8, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 96. There are 96 buttons here. Right? This is 24 buttons. Yeah, 24, 48, 72, 96. There's 96 presets per bank. And it comes with 5. 6, 7, and 8, these last 3 here are user, and they're just empty. They just have the basic init patch. I've put some stuff in some of them from the ones I've bought offline. Yeah. What was the Star Fox 64 thing? Yeah.
Yeah.
Dum, 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 dum. Yeah, I'm on. I went through Bank 1. I went through all 96 of these on a stream. So Bank 2, let's start on this and just fuck around. Yeah. I don't want to do this. Hold on a minute. What the heck? Color corrector. Huh? Yeah, just give me a sec. Yes. Schwa. And schwa. There we go. Maybe a little more to the blue. That looks close. What about contrast? Gamma. Oh my goodness. Yeah, there we go. I like that. Yeah, that'll do it. There we go. We gotta have a little water in the background. I need to restart it. There we go. Perfect. Oh! I apologize. This is a good night. I'm having a good night. Да, вот это полибрут, блин. Очень красивая клавиатура. Даже если это звучит очень страшно. Dum-dum-dum-dum. Это моя нока. Вверх, вниз, вверх, вниз, вверх, вниз. А вот это. И так далее. Это под клавиатурой. Моя нога. Это педал, как на гитаре. start at the beginning. You can tell this is kind of a motif in the violence. A little toot thing. It happens a lot. Dun, 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 dun. Wait a minute. This ain't right. No. I guess that'll do. Yeah. I mean, there's only... Well, what excellent... No, I was literally playing the theme from Clockwork Orange there, trying to. I kept forgetting it. I'm almost out of water. I made a boo-boo. How's it go? Yeah, it's something like... and C minor. Then, yeah, that's same thing. That's D sharp major. C sharp major. That's pretty. But yeah, the wolf thing I was trying to do that. Me. That's Wolf. Stupid Andrew. My new friend Panther. And me old droog Leon Powalski. That would be pretty funny. Whap, whap. This is wild. I haven't played around with this enough to determine any kind of favorites. There's one or two presets that are pretty great so far, but I haven't really had enough time to fool with them. If I'm being completely honest. Method. I think it's time for State of Decay 2. Yes. Yes. Yes, of course. I'm sorry, but I knew I wasn't going to have a very long day on here today because we had to go see a movie. I didn't want to stream before the movie. I wanted to keep it a late night thing and do some music stuff and test out the webcam. So you got to see my ugly face. Behold his horrible face! Oh God, what shall we have done? But for real though, let's go see what Hunter is up to. I'll be on tomorrow. We'll be on a lot earlier. But until then, y'all have a good one, and I'll see you in the next one.
Later.